Happy Sunday, everybody. Okay, so, a little bit of backstory. I've been thinking about doing this stream for a while. This particular stream, it originally started off as, hey, I should do a Dawn Trail playthrough. But then it's just like, I have one character that I've been especially wanting to play. She's my Hrothgal. She's my only Hrothgal, who gets, like, no attention, and I haven't played her in years. And so, my idea for this series was like, I could just go and do Dawn Trail with her. Well, fun fact, she's not even up to Dawn Trail yet. She's on the first quest for Endwalker. So it's like, this is going to be pouncing around with Lamat, but first we have to get through Endwalker because you don't meet Lamat until the post-Endwalker content. That's when you meet her, and that's the lead up to Dawn Trail. Hi Kat, hi Aurora, hi Lavos. We are in Limsa Aetheryte. Well, that sounds uncomfortable being inside it. Maybe stand next to it? And also, Limsa Aetheryte on which server? So, in the context canon, also, how's the audio? If I could get some feedback on the audio levels, that would be groovy. Oh. Well, let's see. Yeah, being inside the Aetheryte sounds uncomfortable. I mean, myself, Catherine, and a bunch of our friends are here. We have an FC. Yeah, you'd have to tell me what character you are. There's a lot of people here. Okay, thank you, Lavos. How's the game? Can you hear the game? Because again, this is my first time, like, actually streaming this, so I want to make sure my levels are right. This game is sort of a loose interpretation of audio. I'm kind of watching the line levels. Game is good? Okay, cool, thank you. I'm just gonna leave it there. Give me feedback as we go along, if it needs to go up or down. Okay, I currently have it set to 100% in-game. I do have some additional controls to up and down if needed. There's a tiny bit more. Does that help? I may have to take your word for it. Aurora Roizen? Ah! very good. Very good. So the plan is... There we go. I added you to my friends list. And if you decide to settle down here, like I said, we have a free company here. And you're talking to the FC leader right now. Hello. We have a number of friends. We have an FC house. We have a lot of crafters. You might, you know, we're very transpositive. Anyway, I did not do this stream to advertise my FC. This stream, we're going to be doing the first quest for Endwalker. Damn. How come big cat girls don't flirt with me? Because you're not in game right now. Also, you are big cat girl. So I'm actually going to, like, send them a friend request then? I like how you have matching outfits. And also, Cat and Bows, I want to point out that every time I'm in game, I do flirt with you. Every time. I'm watching you. I'm watching you. So I sort of feel weird. It's like I'm not trying to like sit here and boost my FC, but it's like y'all are absolutely more than welcome. Absolutely more than welcome. Something I also thought about was like, do I want to start with ARR? No. Dear 12, no. Dear 12, no. I think just about everyone does a full ARR playthrough. It's just, it's done. I'm bored with it. I don't want to stream it. Personally, my favorite expansion is still Shadowbringers, but Endwalker is also good, and I also do want to get this particular girl caught up. Got the team all here. Let's get going. Now, I have to break a habit where it's like, I will just sit here and click through all the dialogue. I should probably actually, like, read this. 14's a little weird in that it's like, there's some combination of things that are voiced and some things that are not. The ship for Charlian should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have your luggage close at hand. Do I have any luggage? I mean, I am reading the chats. You want me to read them? Oh, very good, very good.
We've almost finished loading our car. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
Got the luggage right here. I literally had my finger up.
Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one.
Ah, references to 14.1.0.
And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day
May it
is
rest in
bound for
shit.
his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
A lot of people don't know 1.0 was bad. It was really bad.
That every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
The other advantage to starting here is just like all of these characters are fully fleshed out at this point.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company,
Ooh, there we go.
or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Little Lord Alphino. Yeah, I need to break the habit of just clicking through all the
Are you all right,
dialogue.
Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland.
You just want to come along, don't you, Tataru?
It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world.
Context for where we are in the story.
And once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
I'll bring them back safe and sound. I promise. Yeah, who scares you? The Lalafell? Because Lalafells are terrifying. Lalafells are absolutely terrifying. Ah!
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
We know them.
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower.
Lunar primals were a thing
Flamine
up
and the
until this
others wish
point.
you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after
They're
things here until you
bads,
return.
which we spent some time helping out the local constabulary and dealing
we will
with.
too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our
It's the
part
faces,
before
yes.
the end of the
I
world
agree, and
won't
Lalafells
happen on
are
our
absolutely
watch.
terrifying. Yes, her name is Tataru.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
The other thing is, like, this is a really good starting point for a new stream, in my opinion.
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment
This is
we
just,
learn
it's
all
a
to
really
value.
nice starting
Wish
point.
us luck.
It's like, you're coming in with these characters that are already, like, fully fleshed out.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
And Endwalker is very much a character piece, if nothing else, about these characters. She has teeth. She has big teeth. Now, at some point, I'm gonna have to find her a nice green sundress.
And
This
so
outfit will
you
do for
venture
now.
Forth unto the unknown,
Hi, Emmett Selk.
a fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined, a future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice.
She's also got some, like, little tiny horns on her eyebrows.
That which lives is destined to die.
I wanted her to have
Love
some, at least,
leads
little bit
to
of
loss.
definition to her eyebrows.
Every beginning has an end.
Exactly,
Treasure every
Catherine.
moment,
Exactly.
Every step of your descent.
Yes, she has teeth. Because in this world, crocodiles have teeth.
there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
This is good. Doesn't quite beat Shadowbringer's opening. Maybe someday we'll do a playthrough of that, but I would need to get a new character all the way up, and I'm just... Nah. This is a good place to start, Zanny. Release the Kraken. What if we were both Hrothgals and Hell Hands, Hell Lewd, unless... I mean, you do have your Hrothgal.
Here.
This is a reference to 1.0. Particularly 1.0 if you started in Limsa. This is going to be adventures in upskirting until I put some actual pants on her. I blame Square Enix.
Dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was thinking. The new game plus mode.
I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not?
Also, it's like the auto advance is like going
coming into view at any moment.
It's playing all the character dialogue, but it's like Tiggs isn't actually saying anything, so it's like there's nothing for me to read right now. Yeah, adventures in upskirt. I'll have to put some pants on her. But yeah, that was kind of what I was thinking. It's like maybe at some point, Shadowbringer's using New Game Plus. Because it's still my favorite expansion. Endwalker's kind of a close second. The music that's playing is also a reference to 1.0. Context. Hi, Mom.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad.
Not just your voice, your presence.
Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Why now, Hydaelyn?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Hydaelyn has always been, a primal.
The first, or the second primal, I think we should say. The second primal ever to exist.
Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world.
Zodiac was the
I
first.
brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered.
Organization 13.
The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine.
What does that mean?
Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it.
Yes, I did change all the 24-hour redeems to 1-hour
You
redeems.
understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable. Then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
At this point in the story, we have no idea what she's talking about. No idea.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further.
Yep, that's Charlene in the
Your
distance.
traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Which is actually kind of weird at this point of the story. She's almost never able to appear anymore, so how would we meet her again soon? That's weird. God damn, I love this top, though. This top is great. I do want to put some pants on her, though. Hi, Alize.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff, though.
Well, it's because you were sleeping on the
And
floor.
Good morning to you, too. Taking a look at the island already?
No, not yet. I've been a little busy.
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Of course, they're from here. Like, all these schmucks, like, except for Estinian, are from here. Like, us and Estinian are the actual people who've never been here before.
There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
Alize and Alphino were recently estranged from their family. That is an event that happened almost right before this scene.
Home.
So them coming home is,
Well,
risky.
maybe not in Father's eyes. But we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you? Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side. I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
And a bunch of assholes, probably, because that's just the way life goes. Did you get the earring on her? I presume so. I think she's wearing it. Welcome to academia, a bunch of assholes that think they're better than everyone. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands.
Reference to Heavensward.
How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil.
Because we visited the remains of that place in Heavensward.
Prosecution of war, these men of wisdom. Your would-be allies.
I don't know about allies.
I thought
Allies
they'd
is
never
a
let us off the
strong
ship.
term.
What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlie and Orbit severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
Yeah, these two characters.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Nay.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration.
Yeah, I need to find her like a green sundress.
Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
I even have an idea for an earring that I want to put on her.
The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
I don't know if it would be quite on the druidic theme like I prefer it, but something close.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your
Volatiles are
companions
terrifying.
are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
Urianshe? Thancred? I wonder why their names are not fully spoken. Meh.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with a citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Ah, the Levieurs. Here we go.
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Here's where things get tense.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Charlian
Emotional.
but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Tigris Euphrates. Adventurer by trade.
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea. And it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter. And you, sir?
Estinian Valinor, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formerly, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Do you know what you're doing here? Estinian. He's thinking very hard.
If you'll allow me. My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry...
Trial
then so be
Baldessian.
it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
I mean, you're not wrong,
Likewise.
Cat. You're
Long
not
voyage
wrong.
notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
It's just they're a bit young.
Oh.
They have time to figure that out.
Welcome, friends, to Charlian.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Kryl sweeps the scions with a speculative look. I can talk good, I promise. I had thought to launch directly into my explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. Not out here, Kryle. But this is Tigress and Estinian's first time in Charlian, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that is long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you may all have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Yep. Like I said, not out here. Once you're settled in, reconvene at the Beldessian Annex, and it is now auto-skimming. Disable. 'Tis a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Levier estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Eorzea. The rules are mostly native to Eorzea. We just left there. Still, I would not pass up an opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. You know this city already. Hasn't changed that much. Likewise, a quick tour of the old haunts might yield up some useful gossip. Now that makes sense. The annex was the west side of the Aetherite Plaza, wasn't it? I'll join you there anon. Yes, see you there. And everyone wanders off. I too have places I would be remiss not to visit forthwith by thy leave. Mr. We don't know why you talk like this, but you do. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. Estinian will fuck right off. And won't be necessary until we reconvene. I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. Yeah, that's very normal for him. He just wanders off. But I could... Look, it's my headcanon. Everyone is vaguely Arrow Ace. Even the intended romances are danced around, even the straight ones. It's like... It's the Hoshafont problem. Because it's like, even if you try to subtly intimate that a romance exists, it's like in between, you know, the Japanese translators, the American, like, standards. It's like everyone's just sort of dancing around anything even remotely related to romance. And my main issue is like the Leviers are underage, so it's like hot no. Hot just no. Well, Raha, would you like to join us? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be a perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you'll have me. Some context. Graha hasn't been here for 100 years. In his perception of time. Come, Charlian awaits. After you, my friend. I'm more content to follow your lead. Okay. And we're going to gather them up. Our first stop will be the last stand, the cafe on the west side of the heart. Blurp, blurp, blurp. It re-explains this every single time you do wandering around with someone. Alright. So, with us and our two buddies, we're going to wander around. Tall, medium, and tiny. All I'm saying is the Leviers are queer kids, and, like, I'm not shipping them with the adults. simply that they have crushes on the adults, as a lot of kids have. That may well be the case. I mean, there's actually like a fair amount of evidence to suggest that Alize is crushing on main character. And has been for a while, at least since Shadowbringers. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlian tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. They're white as fucking hell. How can I put this? The food it's bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Charlian. The one and only bastion of culinary arts in the Isle of otherwise mediocre fare, which is somewhat ironic. It's like, if this place values learning, but it doesn't value the culinary arts at all, it's like, that's a massive oversight. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the most impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Put a pin in that. Catboy wants a burger. Catboy wants cheeseburger. Because you were a typical Charlian when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha. Surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs on to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. Charlene is the perfect encapsulation of STEM majors with no humanities studies. Yeah. Right on the money. Right on the money. An unusual shape, isn't it? It's funny, it won't even let me look at it. I assure you, however, it's perfectly functional. Remember to attune yourself. Yeah, that's why we're here. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlian stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. Thank you. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allegan Aetherites, it's allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go! Look, I'm not the only Hrothgal here. I want to read the books. Only a moment? How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Aww. Well, I guess I'll have to come back later. Book nerd. You can find all the wares made in Charlian, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also sell questionable prototypes for various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up. Am I overselling it a bit? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back up to the Aetheryte Plaza, follow the path north, and climb the stairs to the building at the top. Yeah, well, we can just go this way. Nerd! Now she is wearing the Astrologian outfit. And we know the practice of astrologians comes from Charlian, so she may well be an astrologian. Nerd! Nice view over the city. At night, apparently. Okay, main story go. I say with love, of course. The grand structure before you is the rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate public policy. Although the stage has evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remains largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here you can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the final settlement I could think of, the city of Charlian. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the counters would object to you enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. I can't do anything straight, woman. And once again with the panty shots. I need to put something else on her. I like this outfit, but remind me when we get down to the inn room. Oh, we need to go the other way. I'm bad at directions. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Nirnkrempf built their first homes. In present day, it serves as the residential district of the most important officials and the oldest Charlian families, like the Levieurs. You'll see one mansion clearly bigger than its neighbors. The estate belongs to our friends from House Levieur. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance. And with that, our tour comes to a close. I hope it has proven enlightening. Shall we head to Baldessian Annex? You remember the way, don't you? After you. And we're going to get closer and hit the Aetheryte. And then we're going to cheat and go... Oh, did we not get that one at the rostra? We did get the one at the rostra. Okay, good. couldn't do that when Endwalker launched. They've since made it so that you can do that. That was a patch. Because previously it would have abandoned the NPCs. I'll go around the circle. Hit the Ethernet shard. Now we'll talk to them. As the look on Ra's face has undoubtedly told you, this is the Baldessian Annex. If we continue up the hill, we reach the doorstep of the phenomenon, Phenomena! Dun, 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 dun. Anyway, but I think we should. We've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Let's go. Because I knew it was going to teleport us directly after the conversation, so I wanted to hit the Ethernet shard first. I'm back. I brought Tigris and Raha with me. You were right about the ship. Hello, Raha. Nice to see you again. It's a pleasure to meet you, Tigris. I've heard many tales of your exploits. All lies, I assure you. Awika? Awika Sushika? It's been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Sushika. Lalafell names. Administration officer for the students at Baldessian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the admins. Lalafells. Oh, they terrify me. The champion of Eorzea is featured prominently in Kryl and Graha's reports, so for me, this is akin to seeing a fabled hero come to life. It's an honor to make your acquaintance. It's all lies. Everything they said, all lies. Even the true parts are all lies. This place is like a second home for the student. The Isle of Val serves as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlian. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, procure supplies from distant shores. I'm already bored. The Annex was here to provide lodgings for our members. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the Isle of Val itself, vanished, previous expansion, vanished, the Annex has served as our base of operations. Yeah, that was a side story back in Stormblood. Yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. Was it Stormblood? God, it's been a while. The day will come when we see the students rise again. Ah! But first we have to make sure the Telophoroi fail. The Telophoroi are going to be the bad guys. The door on the left is the main hall where we discuss options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, you probably have some time to rest before discussions begin in earnest. Yes, I would like to go to my room, please. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the entrance, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Yes, please. Nap rooms, perfect for an afternoon doze. That boy likes a nap. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. 'Twas simply that we were often busy with research or exhausted from journeys, so we would slip into the andron to steal a few winks. And thus they became known as to the students as nap rooms. Even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word and I'll show you to your chambers. Okay. Hopefully the others won't be long in coming. I'll wait for you in the main hall. Stretch time? Give me a second. What are you making all kinds of noise back there, Catherine? I'm pretty sure the mic is catching it. Oh, how you doing?
What do you mean? Like what noise?
You were like doing something with bags.
Oh, sorry.
I'm pretty sure the mic was picking that up.
That was my lunch or breakfast too.
Lunch or breakfast? Okay, cool. What'd you get?
Bagels.
Oh God, I'm jealous.
French toast egg bagel.
I'm so jealous. All right, let's find a different outfit for this girl.
I'm not gonna tell you where I got it because that just seems like cruelty.
At that point, it's just like you're adding insult to injury. Ah, that is a great outfit. Let's use this one. This feels perfect. I hate the shadows in here. I don't think I've got anything vaguely dressed. Ooh. I do love the suit. What would you say, Catherine? What would you say the name of this particular green is? So otherwise, I'm just gonna go with forest. Yeah. Because we had a lot of greens to choose from. I'm going to use this one for now until I think of something better. No, it's one of the older ones. The one I grabbed was the general purpose dark green. Of course, oh, it does have 2 dye channels. You're correct. I just got tired of like the upskirt shots, you know? Also, like, it is absolutely required part of this game that, you know, some fashion wars happens. Okay, and which plate was that? That was plate... So let's update. Plate 12. Reset. Oh wow. I don't think I've ever seen a portrait for this character. Holy moly. This girl is so... She's very unloved. This is a very old character, one that I haven't played in a long time. And to answer your question, Lavos, because I think I got interrupted explaining this earlier, in this universe, there is essentially a alchemical substance which allows you to change your species, appearance, gender, anything you want. So it's like not that unusual. But in terms of like game mechanics, it's like the female Hrothgar didn't come out until recently, so I'll do that later. Let's get back to our main story. I just wanted to get her into a better outfit. Yes, the transgender potion, exactly. Speak with Kryl in the main hall. Hopefully with better lighting. Oh, much better lighting. Much better. Get the party started. I want a blue accent though. Okay, find the right dye. Find a good dye for a blue accent and we'll do it.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Oriange. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And yet, despite our diverse factions and philosophies,
Essentially, she says that like there's
Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
We're talking about the various factions.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it.
Yeah, but what blue? You haven't answered the question.
As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Favner. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal.
This is stuff we're familiar with. It's stuff that's been happening all over, that we dealt with previously in our own homeland.
In response to this threat, the Satrap
This tells us it's happening everywhere.
The individual who governs the city-state has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable.
I do
that
love
they have
Dragoon
gleaned
blue.
clues
It's a bright blue.
by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
That would be pretty adjacent to what I'm currently
They do, in fact,
using as an
appear to have
accent
a
color.
strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice.
That was what they requested.
But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of
Every
both.
expansion begins with a split between two different zones. It's just a way they divvy people up.
Quite the quandary.
So there's always a two-zone split
Though
right
it
at the
is a
start
great
before the first
imposition
dungeon.
and an altogether too common one.
Yeah,
Our
Dragoon
efforts may be
Blue,
more likely to succeed.
in
to
between
lead the
those two would
charge on
probably be
both
my
fronts.
preference. Also, I want to switch your earring. I forgot to change your earring.
You are indeed our champion. As to
Nah.
which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue.
I'm probably
what
going to
I've
do
begun in
Thavnair first
Sharlayan.
because, of course, I was
should also
directly
like to steal the
requested.
services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Of course you did, Yustola.
Allow
Of
me
course
to
you
offer
did.
my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alice and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
We're not thinking.
Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
So you've been there before?
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
The boyfriends.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request.
Who is, as we established in Shadowbringers, Thancred and
Consider this
Urianger
all our rendezvous
are gay
point
lovers
once our
with a daughter.
respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove
Roommates.
fruitful.
Besties, roommates. And they have a daughter who's also gay and dating a woman. Like, that's actually canon. Okay, what do we got going on here? .515 weapon. Currently equipped at 520, so I'm thinking... nah. So, Dragoon Blue, you said? It's super valid, but in Goddess, is there some curious complications for that for Thancred? Well, yes, as always. Almost everything gets complicated where Thancred is concerned. Almost everything. Dragoon Blue is what chat says, so let's pick up some Dragoon Blue dye. It's a little more expensive, but it does match the flowers on the dress. I like how our next question is question mark, question mark, question mark. Okay, that was plate 12. So, accent color. Dye 2. Ah, it's the metallic bits. That makes sense. Did it not reflect the, Can't dye that. However, we can dye this. There's just not enough lighting in here. Anyway, is that about what you were thinking? Oh, I actually have an idea for the earring. Hang on a second. Something I very specifically want to use. I can remember. There it is. Actually, let me check something while we're at it. Oh, it's on one of my... No wonder I can't find it. I have no idea what's going on with a lot of this, because this character has been abandoned for so long. There it is. Plate 12. There we go. Save. Apply. It should be about the same blue, too. Yeah, it matches. We all set? That's a good start. Yeah, if you think of a better one, I am all ears. Like, literally, look at these ears. Alright. Here, you want to see? You like that blue?
I'm on the phone, so it's hard to tell.
I understand. No, it's fine. Cat wanted to get a good look. Alright, I have Kryle's instructions in hand. If you are ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnir before, I can travel by Aetherite. What are the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we don't have. Kryle was on the same mind. I'd already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. Oh boy. Confluence. I'm afraid so. Now we'll recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Munbrida. Okay. Context. A Realm Reborn. Patch 2.4, 2.5. Moonbrita was a good friend of ours. She sacrificed her life. And there was a rumor that she and Oriange were dating. She died. Oh! Oh! Timing. Ooh, timing. Moonbrita was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in the pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, both researchers at the Confluence. Have you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but in my shame, my courage failed me. Yeah, they were dating. She died. It's like, and we're gonna ask him to go talk to her mom and dad. As many times I tried to reach out to them after sending the original fateful letter, informing them of Moonbrita's death. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which has been long overdue. Confronting the parents of your girlfriend who died last time she was out with you in a foreign land. If it's settled, let's be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kit. Bloop. And if I'm not mistaken, it's up here. Ain't cool. It's okay, you found a very good husbando, and I'm sure they'd love to meet... Yes, Thancred, the new husbando. I don't see them, actually. I do not see Mom and Dad. They're not here right now. Kit. Well, now this is a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Kryl, students of Beldessian. We seek passage to Thavnir, and the understanding is that you can assist us. Test subjects! Welcome, welcome. Test subjects. Oh, you haven't heard? Allow me to explain. So, in order to travel to an aetheryte, you need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of aether hurtling along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetherite teleportation. But what if there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible, that people might move around more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these aetherytes, but the aetherytes themselves must be pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between 2 points. I shall wait a short bit before more redeems. Got a few things to do anyway. That makes sense. But it just so happens that our first pair of test aetherytes, one has been installed here in Charlian, it's the main one, and one over in Lamat, a port town in Thavnair. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Radzat Han, and indeed, we owe much of the breakthrough to the contribution of their alchemists. To sum it up, we're to test these aetherytes. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has recently impaired my ability to channel ether. Is that going to be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherytes were made for people like yourself. These magics, the magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true, and far be for me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of souls gradually disintegrating as they helplessly drift in the life stream. In the statistically unlikely event something goes awry. But it's plain you're most people. Hell, Mistress Kral truly knows how to pick 'em. If I might change the subject, are Master Wolfson and Mistress Bloida not present today? Those are Mondrida's mom and dad. Oh, you didn't hear? They recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? None. Let's go before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetheryte Plaza. I'll be along shortly. All right.
Right, we're all set. Just the 4 of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnair.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects.
Or, if you're still there, I tried sending you a friend request on Discord. I need you to respond to it.
Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
Yay. Thank you. Ooh.
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
You could have mentioned that before.
What?
And that's why they don't get many test subjects. Halfway around the world.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between two peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay for a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
Violent ethereal sickness.
What chance? Against such an insidious foe.
Seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
It is a great theme, yeah. Can you reach Estinian in time? Well, no, obviously not. The price of the drink is highway robbery. You would want to say as much to Estinian. Deny. No. I thought you could barely stand. What do you mean to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the left side. The merchant is swindling me. Yes. Ah! sorry, I could have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 bottles of the Lesai. Oh, that confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Thank you, then. Bottle for each of you. I'll be back after I've explored the town. I thought you'd been here before. And he clips right through me. Of course. Praise be the 12, my stomach doth loosen its grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee, Anastinian, to dine on the fruits of this land. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Yeah, no kidding. Right, let's get on with it. The lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Your hair. I have bound it. Does the most I could do in that. Short of shedding my armor. Where'd you get the cord for it? Local vendor. Thavnarian weave. Tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did you spend? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy. That was a highway robbery. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphano could hold a candle to you and how bad you are. Are all Hanish merchants so unscrupulous? One mustn't be too quick to paint a diverse people with a single brush. If such doth prove to be commonplace, I would presume it to be symptomatic of a societal instability. Claiming Thavnir as its dominion, the nation of Razat-Han hath long thrived as a hum of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arkasudra, a Matunga tribe indigenous to the land. They're the elephant people. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling of a rich culture, rich and distinct, did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hanish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over, a development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt the east and the west. All of this hath combined to make the trading power of Razat-Han, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. No politics here. No. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that the merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so. That opportunistic pricing is rampant does suggest that oversight is much weakened. Or perhaps the people have fallen on hard times. Or both. Whatever the truth may be, it would be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical. We have not to lose by learning more. So, ere we seek out Kryle's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here? Didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Two quests down, 98 to go. Right, let's split up and make inquiries in town. Tigress, here is yours. Once we've learned what we can, regroup by the Aetheryte, off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. Boy, you've discovered a new trauma, haven't you, Thancred? I love how colorful it is here. This crate is laden with fruits, but they're on the verge of spoiling, as if they've been left here too long. Gazing out at the pier, you spy boats moored off the nearby isles with silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels, further away. Compared to the other ports you visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. Somebody we can talk to over here. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has been terrible, but I suppose things could be worse. I have a consortium to keep afloat. Like Khalzal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Khalzal a visit. He'll be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sales, the Harbor Guild building across the water from here. Over there. Apparently not. Well now, if it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettling times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that tower appeared. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had spawn-fell fiends as well. We still have to have our lives to thank from the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What'll become of us? Only the gods know. Oh, that sounds familiar. I'm guessing this is Khalzal. The Damascans aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know. Yelling at me isn't gonna help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must know this might have happened. The Empire is at war with itself and the provinces are in chaos. Then there's that tower sitting on our doorstep spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. Gah! But this is going to be an enormous loss. All right. Forget about the Damascans. Surely some ships are still coming? We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hannish favorites. Our consortium works closely with the merchants and artisans to supply the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Calzal. I do. Which is why I regret to say that I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are... Wait, you're a foreigner, aren't you? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. No. See, that's a shame. Sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Matya. I'm here to see Calzal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Follow that Matanga. I love the colors. It's so colorful. Yes, how can I help you? Ah, I remember seeing you back at the guild. You wanted to speak with Calzal too, did you? I'm Matya, a fisherman of Akyale, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Calzal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard the consortium has been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free anyway. He's a hard-working man. I dare not disturb him. If I may ask, what is it that you do? I kill gods. An adventure, you say? You travel the world helping people? That must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? Oh, boy. See, I brought some fresh fish with me. The portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I've only ever dealt with Calzal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? Oh boy. Oh boy. You assume I know anything about selling fish. If you're willing, please let me know. We can begin at once. Thank you, cat. Yeesh. No, I mostly eat fish. I don't sell fish usually. Yes, I'm good at consuming fish. Am I going to get the Halloween event? I should probably do that. No. Noms. Yes. Greetings, friend. How fare you of late? Greetings to you too. Sigh. I suppose well enough given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when that tower appeared, everyone grabbing what they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remain there for now, but I could not stay away. Had to come back, continue with my life as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. There's no place like home, but don't do anything dangerous, eh? Ugh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well and clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I heed the radiant host's instructions. I hope we deal with it soon, and we can get back to our normal lives. To days when you could earn as much as you gave, and tuck into a meal satisfied you did good work. Speaking of meals, why not have some fresh fish today? Fresh fish? Oh, you're a fishmonger. Heh, when you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. Go for it, Matya. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Shallow's cod, delectable stewed in coconut milk, or baked with a sprinkle of salt. I'm amused by the da 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 da. There's somebody over there. Speak to Nashreen. Hello. You're cute. You assume this character is ridiculously wealthy. No. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some amara. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. What do you need so many amara for? Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming in these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming from overseas, but not a date goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that. All of it wears me down, and I'm feeling constantly hungry. Are you sure you're actually hungry? You know, when I think on it, I'm not so sure. Rather than hungry, perhaps I've been feeling unfulfilled, and I try to fill the void by gorging on food I like. Do you like fish? Fish? I do like fish, as a matter of fact. Why do you ask? Oh, you're a fishmonger. Apologies for the misunderstanding. Seeing as you're here, do you happen to have any akali sardine? They're perfect in a spicy soup. We certainly do, madam. And if you like it spicy, I recommend them pickled in oil with a generous amount of chilies. Oh, that does sound like a wonderful challenge. I didn't have fish in mind at first, but I dare say I enjoy these. You know what I find so ironic? An area so big on spice is a close ally of Charlian, the antithesis of spice. You would think more spices would make it into Charlian, but no. Yeah, welcome to the British Empire. Yeah, no kidding. And it's actually a very, like, apt reference, if you think about it. If you think of Charlian as the British Empire, then this is India. Occupied India, in a way. Except not by the British Empire in this case, by the Garleans. But, they've maintained enough separation. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh god, it's my stomach. Aether sickness? No, nothing so unusual. It's just in my hurry to get back to work. I think I ate too quickly. You should take it easier. Eat slowly. Savor your food. Would that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like there's not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. And so I'm working as hard as I can while I still can to be better prepared. How do you intend to prepare? By stockpiling supplies. For that I need to earn coins so I can buy food, medicine, what have you. Do you have anything suitable, Matsya? Oh, well, we do have some dried products too. Thavnarian cucumber and some papaya fish. Papaya! Well, my friend, he wants to fish, and I want to fish and cook, but mostly I want to do housing stuff so I can build an awesome RP venue. Ah. They're the last of the batch, so if you're interested, you can have them for a discount. Truly? Oh, by all means, I'll take all. You made a sale. Heh. You remembered what I told you earlier, that I preserve what I catch. Which serves to show the importance of being attentive. Mm-hmm. Thank you for your demonstration. It was truly an eye-opening experience. Come, let's return to the pier. So, a little bit of backstory, Aurora. I was very heavily into role-playing in this game at one time. And that was also, like, I had a bunch of friends, and they all turned on me. It's not to say I didn't make some mistakes, I did, but it's like... it very much burned me out of the role-playing community. So I don't deal with it anymore. I mostly prefer to stick to myself. Okay. Ah, there we go. Thank you for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell everyone you approached. Any merchant at Radz-at-Han would be envious of your success. Watching you work is inspiring. By applying the lessons I've learned, I hope to one day peddle as well as you. I'm not a peddler by trade. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope things will return to normal for Kalzal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, but who should it be but Matsya? Says Kalzal. Kalzal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? No. I'm sorry, Matsya, I am, but for now you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I poured my all into the consortium. I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me. I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Kalzal. Not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I'd best return to my village. Thanks again. Please take care on the road. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a bit or two? I see. We've also heard the tower is affecting the locals' livelihoods, but to think it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly Imperial soldiers. As before, they mean to use the faith of the hapless thralls to call forth the lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telophoroi. Alright. You know what? It's break time. Let's do a little self-care. We'll come back to this. Take care of each other. Take care of yourselves. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. It's raining out. Much better. Judging by his furrowed brow, something important has occurred to Estinian. That Matcha fellow you were helping, he's an Arcosodra, isn't he? Apparently, it is almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is the perpetrator's aim, it does stand to reason the Arcosodra would be their primary targets. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We better go after him. Akyali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction of Kryle's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled. We make for the village. It's also a little bit racist. The assumption that, oh, yeah, the Akasodra are like the beasts. And so it's like, it's cool to just prey on them. And unfortunately, racism seems to be an imperial trait. Don't see much, yeah. Maybe try up the hill. You can actually see the tower in the distance over there. That glowy beacon thing. Excuse me. Don't see Matcha here either. No, leave me alone. Help, somebody help. Matcha's voice, it came from the north. All right. Sup, motherfuckers? When is transferring free? I'm not entirely sure. I need to check something, 1 second. You and your friends came back to look for me. I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest, think about everything. Then those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard that Arkasodra were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean is all we have. I see. It's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. I mean, how can he not be gay? Look at that dress. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. Can you tell us of these things? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. I see. That sounds familiar. For that reason, we have taken to calling it the Tower Zot, House of Divinities, in the old tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified you are in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time, we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we'd learn all we can about them. Will you tell us about them in their nature? You've come all the way to save us? Really? Didn't think I had you peddling fish! At least somebody finally said it. It's Silver Cat Boy! Silver Cat Boy! We're the Cat Boy! How are you doing there, Silver Cat Boy? It's been a little while. I am awake, despite the odds, Lamat. Understood. Approved! Cat approves. But to answer your question, yes, of course, I'd gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please, come to our village. We're good, God-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge. And fish? I like fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay a visit to Akiali? Oh, yeah. Except not out in the rain. We're all standing out in the rain. Wonderful. Just follow the road west down the hill. You can't miss it. So, 'tis a simulacra of the Thavnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there could be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are being imprisoned in the tower. So, Lavos, because I'm in a jar, that didn't take effect. I'm going to send that one back. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed, saving them will mean confronting the false gods, like as not. Now, as you said, we'll do well to study their religious traditions. Kelly. Yes, we will study the gods, and then murder them. Because that is what we do. We kill gods. I literally earned 120 points right after it nearly paid for itself. Yeah. We've been bandering about ideas for some additional redeems, and we'll probably adjust like what things are priced. A tail wag. See, I like it when people request that one. That one's nice. I like that one. Welcome to Akyali, my friend. The name means White Beach. And there isn't much here save that, so please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kaga and old Hazveda. They're free at the moment, as it happens. Well, here's Kaga. Oh my god, it tells me there's an incoming ad. Break in the cat. Break in the cat. Chat. Lamat foul. Oh. Yeah, I don't see what you're saying. I mean, something else. See if I can see what you're saying. Yeah. It's not doing that for me. I don't know what you're saying. Interesting. Okay. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. I mean, I do like fish, but that's not why I came here. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Munusya, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and the Murga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings we strive to be better people and live better lives. Very good. We're learning more about God, so I can kill them. Hazveda. Interesting. Interested in learning about our gods. That's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusya and the Murga, deities who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Fish. Fish. I do like fish. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusya, the Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusya coveted the might of the Murga, so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusya have worn animal faces and the Murga limbs of men. Fun. So, a nation of furries. I approve. In fact, this calls for... Oh, somebody used it recently. God damn it. I was gonna do Knuckles approved. Maybe I have to reduce the cooldown on that one. There you are. I learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust.
Oh my.
Exactly. Thank you, George Takei. While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you let your friends know, I'll go fetch them. We are still standing out in the rain, apparently. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts our three most revered deities. By all means, we'd love to see.
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism.
Ah, Tim Curry.
Space!
That was great. Bark! Bark! They are Minutia. You've heard about them, yes? Three sisters. The center one is the eldest, Cinderuva, goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Cinderuva, goddess of wealth. She counts up many traders among her followers. And on the left is Midruva, the youngest sibling. She presides over crafts, and so is beloved by weavers and alchemists. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Minutia, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. What of the Murga, if I might ask? The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have the occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja's head. He is venerated as the progenitor of the Akasudra. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? Special interest activated. It is said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of Razatan, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as a guardian deity of the satrap, and the legend holds that if the satrap is ever in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally, Estinian says. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear, and I'm confident that the information you give us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. Thank you for teaching us about your gods. Now we will murder them. That is very kind for you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right. I believe it's time we sought out Kryle's acquaintance. An alchemist by the name of Nidana. According to Kryle's notes, we'll find her at a place called the Great Work, further along the north coast. Here we go. All right, we are at Quest 7. Oh, you're gonna go see Nidana? Oh, how I envy you. He's brilliant and beautiful and kind and understanding, and did I say she's beautiful? Well, somebody has a crush. And stare at her dainty ears and her adorable trunk all day, and those eyes when you meet her. Take care you don't drown in them. Yeah, somebody's crushing mega hard over here. I'm going to flee from the straits. Dyke on a bike. Okay, what's going on over here? Dog sees strange god must bork. Aisha perks up at Tiggy. Where is the Tiggy who worships me? Hides under couch at suspicious bork. Aisha is under the couch too, raising it 10 feet in the air. Is this the pay to win bike? I guess? I didn't pay shit for it. Like, it was a gift from somebody. I believe so. It has max ground speed anywhere, no matter what your actual movement speed is. I just like it because Daikon bike. That's the reason I use it. So, this place looks interesting. Everyone's passed out on the ground? Weird.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
Istinian special interest activated.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
Okay. Quick note for those who are not deeply enmeshed in FF14 lore. That is a big deal. So, back in ARR, one of the very first things that we dealt with was a false god primal by the name of Ifrit, and there was a bunch of guys who were following and worshiping, and they were incapable of being removed from Ifrit's influence even after the god had been slain. So much so that they were quietly shuffled off into a corner and executed because they were incapable of not only like not believing in the false deity, but also in like literally their entire existence was slowly being corrupted by its existence even after its death. So it's like their existence literally continued to be corrupted and give power to the deity even after it had been slain. And that's sort of one of the dark undersides of this particular game. So a device that can block etheric emissions from the tower or from false gods, that's a big deal. That's huge. One of the entire hallmarks of this entire narrative is like there's just one person that seems to be completely immune to these effects, and like that's the main character. And it's always been something of a question mark. Why? Why? Why are they immune? So, big deal.
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so.
Autistic special interest is activated.
But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so. Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile,
I mean, if you're
shall we
stealing
find a
some of
quiet
his
place
blood,
to
I'd
talk?
call that harm.
As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Good, we can finally get out of the rain. This dress is now soaked. Your name for a fruit. Oh no, wet dress. I really like the dragons in this game. Really well written. I think even Aisha would approve. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you assist us with ours. Though Kryl herself is tied up with another investigation, Tigress is eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans that would allow our soldiers to venture into the tower even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. One of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales, proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. Aisha is the best written, though. Well, I mean, I haven't seen any of the writing on Aisha yet, so that remains to be seen. Hi, Meath. Hi, chat. Hi, Sam. How you doing? How you doing? I hope you're feeling well. We are bantering about dragons. Well, that's your fault, Tiggy. Still waiting on that. Yes, that is true. We will, I have a long to-do list, trust me. And unfortunately, there have been some things that have been a little bit more important. Like yesterday, getting my ballot filled out. 3 pages. But I did get it done. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. This is the start of Endwalker. Yes, it is. So, like I explained at the top, and it's good to say it again. This is a character that I abandoned years ago. Around the end of Shadowbringers. Like, her gear is mostly Pagelfon gear. This girl has been abandoned for many years. I don't really feel like doing like ARR or the first few expansions, but it's like, start at Endwalker, do Endwalker and then Dawntrail? Sure. Shadowbringers may be my favorite, but Endwalker is still my second favorite. Why not? That's fairly current content, but it's not so current that it's spoilers. And also, it gives me a good excuse to actually play this character. One that I really like and, honestly, needed the excuse and the push. I've been wanting to do this stream for a while. So, I finally have a reason to go and play her. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. She's a cat. What more excuse do you need? Emotional motivation. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test. And here is where you and your blessing of light come in. Better than having my blood drawn, I suppose. I'm putting Cat on improved Tiggy's emotional motivation duty. You know what? That's fair. Aha, perhaps so. And, ooh, hello. One moment. But as for the task, we ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you. With your permission, of course. Alright. Sounds good. In that case, Urianger and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful, seeing as you all work to the point of collapse. I suspect you could do with more hands. Yeah, you're not wrong. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south up the hill to your right, I will meet you at the top after seeing you some preparations. I hope you didn't have any trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many sleepless nights, the drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe aether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. It's a lantern that bounces around. Please stand back. Okay. Warning, discharging ether. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Thank you, Cat. I appreciate it. Subject fortitude rated impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. Subject of my... story of my life. Preparing for other people's discharges. Etheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors. You're a little close to that last blast. Ah, you've returned and not on your knees, a promising sign. But come, let me take the Deepa off your hands. Here you go. Thank you. I shall replenish its aether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness, nausea, anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine? I'm fine. Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk of the tower corrupting your ether. With this, we can request your aid with the task ahead with easy hearts. I mean, that makes sense. Oh, woo, on your knees? Oh my. Nidhana regards you with eyes you could drown in. Gay. Yay. You're a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, but we've exhausted our stores of key ingredients, spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here. I would go and harvest some. With the recent state of the kidnappings, however, we Arkasodra travel alone at our peril. Yes, please don't. Will you come with me as my escort? I will compensate you for your troubles. Absolutely. Absolutely. Don't go alone. We don't want more kidnappings. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let's head to Kadiaya's Footsteps. It is situated on the road, which runs east of Great Work. Cool. I like that everyone's giving me directions. Maybe simply imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Yeah, we probably are. Look out! Are you still up? Go away. God, that gave me a fright. To think the moment I ventured outside of the safety of the work. I think the sisters, I asked you to come along. You're alright? I'm fine. Good, let's continue on. It isn't far now. Just through these pillars and up the rise. So, here's a fun fact. One of the things we know about this land from our previous experience is that it's where the combat skill of the dancer comes from. We learned that back in Shadowbringers. And here we are. Did pronounce it the J as in Y? I'm not actually sure. Hedyaya's footsteps, I think is how it's said. Hedyaya was a great dancer, and those who followed in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. The happy benefit is that spirit weed grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting it once, if you be so good as to stand guard. You got it. Kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. Yeah, I'd rather not take any chances. I knew you were going to attack me. I knew it. Guard duty. Not so bad.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
What can you tell me of the satrap?
Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people. But when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
Cutscene.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Oh, it's you.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen?
Mm-hmm. Yes. You know.
Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail? Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Self-awareness. I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let's head back. Time for a dike on a bike. I'm not gonna bother with you. Piss off, you wanker. I suppose I could have just teleported back, but where's the fun in that? Let's appreciate the scenery a little, you know? Thank you for your assistance. With your help, we're a little bit closer to completing the talisman. This isn't much, but take it as a token of my gratitude. 1,000 gil is 1,000 gil. We're not morons. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to return to work.
Ah, you are both back. Excellent.
Hello, Small. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidana. It would seem stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? When I last looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Oriange told everyone about their tempering cure, and the Destinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if that leads to new possibilities, then far be it for me to complain, but we're gonna need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear, I can't in good conscience send you out there with kidnappers at large. Loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch it? Oh, literally a FedEx quest. It's a fetch quest. In case you're not familiar, it's a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has many applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it found is aptly named the Giant Skull Grounds, which isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we oppose upon you once more? Why not? Everybody does. Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zenuya. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me that way to an outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamsa, Mistress Nadana? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I will bring the Hamsa to the entrance. Meet me when you are ready. Ham. 1,000, that'll buy like 2 health potions. I mean, you're not that far off, Lavos. I like playing fetch with Tiggy. She jumps around like a gigantic, excited pupper waiting for Tiggy to throw a gem. I mean, that makes sense. I keep hitting B to habit from Satisfactory. It's like I keep trying to get my flashlight out. Here are the Hamsa. If the creature looks familiar, it's because they are closely akin to your Eosian dodos. Hamsa have been kept as livestock in Thavnair, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host has repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let's make it for the outpost. We set forth at your word. You ready? Let's go. You only need to ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for yours and follow. Let us be off. If you haven't ridden dodos before, be warned they have a wobbling gait. I can handle it. That spectacular formation, stretching. It's going faster than I can read. The sword, Legend Hose, was wielded by them. I don't know why I bothered. And it's like we can't even see the stone formation right now because it's dark of night. To the left and requiring no introduction to the tower, as you can see, it straddles a small isle. Almost there, though the main hatchery is atop the cliff. The outpost itself is on the beach. Okay, successfully transferred my character to Maduin. Yay! Welcome! Welcome to our home! Chocobo got some dumpy. Yeah. They're not chocobos. They're more closely akin to chickens. Giant riding chickens. Chimkinobo. And here we go. Manned by the Radiant Host, the outpost is the first line of defense against the tower. Well, well, who should it be but young Varshan on an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me come collect your report. He also wishes to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these last few days, this remains the front line of battle. No place for children. Your predecessor, too, often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may be. I am certain he is well. Suspicion eye. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but still I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nabdeen. Thank you. Doting, protective older brother. Might this be not Hanish by the look of her? No, probably not. Permit me to introduce Tigris Euphrates, of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes. Tell me, what's the situation like? May I suggest the exchange of information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. Excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. You two, bring Barshan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. Well, I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Talafaroi? We know that they're the ones behind the tower, and they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it they want? This we do not understand. I mean, they want to die. That's their whole plan. What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What is this? Well, you can bet we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight with everything we have, just like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. The Tower of Zot, as folks have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Nurinair. It doesn't let me turn and look at it. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your land? Badly. Not well. Our struggles are not unique. Then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. Chimkin yummy. One of my alt's chocobo is named Crispy. I mean, I just have Jan here. He's a big boy. I mean, look at this. Look at him. He's bigger than the Ara. He's a big boy. It occurs to me, I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve the peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Cat. So basically, they're cops. Basically, they're cops. Head pat to Chocobo. I mean, if you want to, it's right there. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks, and even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on 2 occasions they came in force, we paid a heavy price. What are the towers in Eorzeans? Do they also spawn monsters? Yes. Large dragons. So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect our calls for outside aid to be answered. Yeah, we're pretty sure that was the intention. to leave everyone sort of fending for themselves. Finished speaking with the soldiers? I hope it was enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and a trading hub, Radzat ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, the stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst this dearth of information, everyone will be grateful for your account. But, come. You had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straight up the hill. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. You're gonna make me ride the chicken again, aren't you? I have a motorcycle. Fine. Make me ride the chicken. Just watching it makes me seasick, just watching it. Yeah, what are you, a cop? Yes, in this case, he literally is. He literally is a cop. But, at least for the moment, they're cops that are on our side. Doesn't mean I'm going to quickly trust them. Oh, you're the one we were sent to go see. Aye, this is indeed Giant Skull Grounds, and I'm Zenuia. Is there something you require? Giant Skull for the alchemist? But of course, they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower. It's the least we can do to provide any materials they need. Ding, 81. Zenuia has a giant sack of Giant Skull for you. Here you are. A sack of pure Giant Skull. We always set some aside for our alchemists. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the Great Work know we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. Can I not ride the chicken, please? I have a motorcycle. You know something I should do? While I'm thinking about it. Under travel, isn't it? Remind me, where is it? Cat!
Yeah?
Oh, it's under collection, isn't it?
What are you looking for?
The Aether Compass.
Yes.
Okay. $247 northeast. So I might as well. We're here. East. Ah, hello. Oh, good grief. I'm gonna have to swim out of here, aren't I? This dress is going to get nothing but wet. .451 southeast. If that one's off the cliff, we're gonna just say, fuck it. Oh, piss off. .243 east. Yeah, that's off a cliff. We're not getting that. Well, an attempt was made. Do you have the giant skull? Here you go. A sack of rock. Oh, fine specimens. Thank you for bringing these. We have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take ease while you can. Cutscene. I love the music.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
I see you survived the alchemists.
They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts?
Fair.
There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
I mean, this character had one of those events not all that long ago.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
The boyfriends.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
There's someone watching us.
What is it? What did you see?
Fandaniel.
Fandaniel? Are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last!
Well, that complicates things. Shit just got complicated.
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments! We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without
Working on
fear.
it, Cat.
Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
Like I said earlier, this is a big deal for this universe. This is a very big deal. No more having to execute the tempered. We can protect people to prevent them from becoming tempered, and we can cure tempering. That is actually something that happened in the events leading up to this. Which means that the enemy will doubtless turn up the heat, because we've been turning it up on them. Because this has always been sort of an escalation. One side escalates, another escalates further. This will continue the scale of escalation.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example.
You can't argue with their logic.
But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
You got it.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Got it. Here we go. And it's not like I can just teleport to this one. Aww. Yeesh. Hmm. And, Cat, I did also get a drink. Yeah, this must be the hatchery. Bonk! Ow! Thank you for the redeem, Cat. This is a rather finer boat than I'd expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Trust me. I can handle this. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's go.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
I'm good.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it... a few more steps.
Let me, stand next to you, please. I don't like
Praise be
this.
to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped
can you
and returned
come
with
away
an
from
entire
there?
survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
Come away from there, please. That's what I was afraid of. The door is just sitting there open. Of course. Just like the one in Eorzea. And, of course, Van Daniel.
Let me go! Let me go!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
The asshole.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old?
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking.
I know this.
Speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
At your service. Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Van Daniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation.
Organization 13.
Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
Boom.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
Hello, Gordon.
Hello, Lavos.
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Oh, God, not him again. Your return, but where's Mistress Nadana? Taken. Minutia persevere. Just when we thought just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. What made you think I was going to wait for you? Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? He took her. So it was Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nadana and the other captives. Bankrit is wearing a grim expression. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nadana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you explained. Oh, Nadana. Can you answer me this? Well, Nadana is trapped in the tower. She's still alive, yes? Yes. For now. Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. So, let us make more scales, then she... Aye, as alchemists, this is how we can help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of warding scales with you. As for Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nadana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. Oh, okay. In addition to thanking you in person, he would like to discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to the city for an audience with His Excellency? We'd be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be benefit to us all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates at the east of the Giant Skull grounds, and we will show you into the city. All present, then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are placed for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times. Alright, whatever you want. You're down.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnair, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rads at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
That door looks familiar.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are, Megadota. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzatan. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Donna, she was taken.
A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman. that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
Heavensward theme.
To the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
The dragon.
I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Heavensward theme.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
I, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's Sorma's spawn, I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Khan had an alliance with the dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive with the Aura, adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured.
And then the humans showed up.
Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat Khan.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the Great Worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
When someone knows you have something valuable.
Your eye. It was taken.
"'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Radzat Khan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will."
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered. Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another. Yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
So he's a Kuden.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Rads at hand. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Padalthan and Cartanau, I am told.
Yes, I recently murdered gods in those places.
That strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear.
We're good at killing gods.
Would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions.
I'm good.
And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
Now that is a deal worth taking.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
They're also going to need time to actually make the talismans.
No trifling tasks that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Quick. Air quotes.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Rads at Han, I see no reason to refuse. Nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Oh, the Heavensward music. The meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but now we have a clear objective. Let's go back to Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zot. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aetherite here before departing, unless you enjoy bouts of violent nausea. Trust me, I already did. All right. That's where we are going to wrap for this week. I'm gonna try to do this on Sundays, right about this time, and hopefully, you know, get through each chapter of the story as we can each week. Let's see. Who all is out there? Let's check. A lot of folks are larger channels that are on today. So I think what we'll do is I have one friend who's currently playing Hades. I think we will go say hi. And I hope to see all of you next week when we continue this story on Sunday. Current plan. Not sure about Sunday's table. Sorry, today is Sunday. Tomorrow's tabletop, I'm not sure about. But I'm definitely going to return Tuesday. I'm going to actually, after this, write up the schedule for the next week and post it. It'll be on my Blue Sky, and it'll be in the Discord as soon as I've done it. And I hope to see you all then. In the meantime, take care of each other, take care of yourselves, take care of the planet, and give our love to Bappy the Sappy.